Welcome to the second part of my gaming PC build. I actually forgot to turn on some lights. Here we go. Yeah, welcome to part 2. Last time we put it together and it actually works by now. So there was no big problem in a certain sense. I'm not quite sure what it did. I unplugged the RAM again and plugged it back in, and then I got the signal on the display, so that was all fine. The only thing I noticed is if you change something in the BIOS, like certain settings, like for example, I enabled the expo settings for the RAM, it didn't start afterwards for like a minute. And then like suddenly it posted and I didn't do anything, I just let it sit for like a minute. So maybe that's just some weird thing with the mainboard, not quite sure, but it works, so not complaining. I actually played a little bit on it during the week now, didn't have too much time. But yeah, it runs really well. I undervolted everything a little bit. And the CPU is running in eco mode, so I'm just trying to reduce the heat and noise. But it stayed really cool. Like, I'm not having any numbers, but I think the CPU with the super shitty cooler was like around 80 degrees, which is fine. Like, the proper cooler arrives on Tuesday, so next week we will be installing that. And yeah, so hardware-wise, it works really well. I'm happy. So that's great. Let's make it pretty. So today, what I want to work on is primarily the front panel and the back panel. But there's like a little bit of asterisks on the back panel. So I was playing around a bit. Maybe let's start. So basically the front panel is this bad boy here. And we want to make it look pretty. So I have this like PVC foil here. And for me, this is the look I want to go for. I kind of want to have like more like natural look. We will install this PVC foil onto the front panel. Let's see how it goes. Like I showed last time, kind of took it apart halfway, but I have this like little test piece. That's the power button area here, and I wrapped that, and it worked well, but it's like way smaller than that, obviously. So let's see how the big part goes. So this is the focus for today. And the other thing that I changed basically from last time is that the idea to mount those panels was on the back. We have a little latch on top and we have this clip on the bottom. And the idea was basically, just quickly show it. So the idea was basically, oh God, I need like more, more viewing distance. So basically the idea was to like hook it into the top and then click it down on the bottom. So it would mount on this like M3 rod here. The hooks go on top, and then maybe I can turn it. Yeah, so basically you would hook it on top and then it doesn't want to go in now, and then you would just like click it on the bottom. The problem is, what I discovered is that these rods are a little bit, they're bending a little bit. Like when you try to push it in, everything bends a bit and like you can't really push it in. So what I wanted to do is I reprinted this bottom part, only the front for now, just to try it out, to see how it goes. And here we have magnets. So basically my idea is to let the rod be a rod, but then basically use magnets to like secure the panel on the bottom. So we latch in from the top and snap it in with the magnets on the bottom. So yeah, we will replace this part. I generally like, we can compare it in a second, but I made it a little bit stronger in general. So to print this part, I had a lot of trouble because yeah, it's basically this part. It's printed like upright, and because the patchy is a little bit flexible, you can actually still see it a little bit on top. So it starts like a little bit like with ringing here, and the problem seems to be that the part moves ever so slightly while you're printing. And this part doesn't have this like back spine here basically, so it's way more flexible. So with this original part, way worse. So I now like added the spine here, which made it way easier to print. It's still not perfect, but you can't see it later on, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, so magnets on the panel. Obviously, we do not have the magnet mounts here yet. So I printed them separately as a separate part, and then we will just glue them in place here wherever they need to be. Yeah, There's one magnet missing actually, but yeah, I printed those just to see also like how strong it is. And my idea is to have like a little bit of control how much magnets we use, but just leaving some out, so we can kind of like fine tune the force needed to remove it. So I would say, what do we start with? Let's maybe try to mount first before we start wrapping it. So this is actually not properly on anyways. Let's remove the top. Let's just park it over here. And then we can just take off the shell. There are basically 4 screws. Oh yeah, the power cable also arrived. So that's something actually, let's start with that, mounting the power cable, because otherwise we forget. So, and the last screw. Yeah, and this is my beautiful power button so far. So basically you have to short out the 2 cables to start it. But hopefully this changes today. Oh, we also have to unplug. It's also something for a future stream. I want to have like a magnetic connection that when I pull it up, it automatically disconnects the top fan. So let me pull this off carefully. There's a lamp overhead. Yeah, let's start actually with the power cable. So this is what we built last time, and it still is alive. Works well, minus the weird power button. So let's quickly see. So later on, when we are all done, there will be like a custom back panel here with a proper like outward facing C13 plug, I think they're called. For now, let's just, oh yeah, perfect. We can just barely fit it through here. So basically it just goes in here. I was thinking about adding like some cable type points or something, but I wasn't quite sure where that would be. So now we don't have any, which I'm not quite sure if is ideal. But yeah, there's like this little hole down here, there, but we didn't have the cable when we installed the mainboard. Now it's kind of inaccessible. So yeah, I think it will just be like kind of like dangling here a bit. Later we will fixate it against this like outside wall here, so it will be like something like that. Let's see, maybe we can drill a small hole here to like secure that somewhere there. Something like this would work. But yeah, for now, like I just need it down here because later we close it up and then I can't reach it anymore. So that was that. Just to make sure we don't forget about that. Then let's look at this. So basically the part we need to replace is this front section here. So yeah, you'll see I had to glue like a little bit here because it came apart. Like those parts are quite bad. Not really happy with them, so I'm glad we can replace them. The only thing is I'm running out of the white filament, and I'm not sure if I want to buy a new roll. So I have enough to print the back part. I just didn't have the time to do so. Then I consider leaving the top section as is, which is not ideal, but yeah, not really into buying like another spool of that stuff. I really don't enjoy printing patchy. Like it's really a struggle. So if I don't have to, I'm very happy. So let's see. Ooh. Let's make sure to not lose that nut, because I don't have many of them. Or like I have, but not here. So see? Oh, that's the one that's a bit sticky. This will be fun getting back on. So, and then hopefully now No, there's still the Velcro. Move the Velcro as well. Also this one. This one we can leave actually. And now hopefully this will just slide down. Unless we forgot something. Yeah, here we go. Maybe let's actually do it this way, that's easier. Oh, did I glue that? I might have accidentally glued it down here. Okay, cool, that's all. Move that up. And on with the new part. It's interesting, by the way, just to compare, I actually see it on camera, right? Like that's the same material from the same brand. It's just two different spools, top and bottom. You see like the difference in white. It's quite crazy, like it's the same color. I would have expected that to be more consistent. I actually didn't see that before. Like now putting it next to each other, like it's quite a stark difference. Luckily you don't see it later on. But then basically for the side panels that are visible, lesson learned, like you should definitely print it from one spool. Oh, are the holes a bit tight? They are. Let me quickly... I have it. Oh, I have part of it. I have part of it. It's also the door. Okay. Let's see if it now fits better. It does. Perfect. Okay, then let's see if this fits nicely together or if we need to help a bit with the file. So I'm really stoked by the color difference. Like this is a nicer white than this, so I'm kind of happy that like we now have the nicer color, but I would have just wished for it to be like consistent. Oh yeah, and to address the elephant in the room, like there's a small like layer split here. I had to glue that back together. Somehow the supports had better layer adhesion than the actual parts, so when I removed the supports uncarefully, came apart, which is kind of a shame, but again, not visible later. That's kind of like my excuse for everything, so. And the last one of the mini screws. Actually, also like the new part I upgraded has two screws in here. The top part doesn't have the matching holes, of course, but it would make this also like way more stable because now the only vertical connection is this M3 rod. I'm actually thinking about printing like the matching part with just like printing it and gluing it in place that we can get a little bit more stability here. That would be nice. See? Oh, this of course also doesn't fit. Aye. I'm not well prepared. Okay, for some reason, this doesn't fit in any direction. This one I can drill out. This one is a bit of a problem. Aye. See. Seems like it's a bit over extruded in general. Hi there, Maria. Thank you for the compliment. So, top part is in, but the bottom part we can't drill out. So, actually, I had the same issue with one of the other panels before. And the best way to fix that Thank you. The best way to fix that is actually just to heat up like one of the M3 rods and like push it through. Last time I did it with my gas stove. Let's just quickly see if like the lighter is enough to make this hot. And ideally, you would just print it in a way that it would fit. Let's see. Yeah, it kind of works. Oof. Maybe I should have tested it before the stream. Okay. Let me quickly heat it up. I'm right back. Wow, that was the wrong button. Let me not stop the stream, but be right back. Okay, next attempt. This is now quite hot. So yeah, now you can just push it through. Again, ideally you print it in a way that fits, but this is the best way of cleaning those out. Okay, I think I have to go for a second round. Let's see. Yeah. Make sure this one fits now. Hey, this is annoying. I did not plan to spend a lot of time on that. Let's see. Here we go. Let me quickly heat this up again, then we can kind of push it in again and clean out the way. I'm right back. Hi there, Jody. Let's see. This is annoying. Here we go. Maybe not the best way to do it, but it works. Let's see if we can fit those back in place. Nope. Step one. Perfect. Okay, so one is in. It's not a bit too long technically because we don't need it like as long as it used to be, but that's fine. Let's see if the second one goes in. I mean, technically, now that we don't clip the panel anymore, I'm not sure if this is actually needed. It's not as cooperative. Okay, that's good. See? Leave this in partially just to give it a little bit more like stability, and try this again. No clue what is coming out there, but as long as it fits, I'm happy. As Looks a bit better. Let's see if we... Ha. Still not going in. Yeah, okay, success. It fits. It fits and also fits somewhat there. Like there's no like little gap here on the side. I'm sure you can see that. Like there's a bit of a gap here. So it seems like the panels don't fit perfectly together because maybe we can just try if we loosen the screws and push it up a bit before we tighten it, then we kind of like close it. Hey, Custard. I see you're back for round 2 of the build stream. So let's see. I'll just try to push it up a bit. But to be honest, if it would not fit perfectly, I would be fine for that, or would be fine for now. I would rather check the front panel that goes on. And then here we have to work on anyways a bit. Because also here it doesn't fit quite perfectly. So I think we just need to like file that all a little bit flat later. I already expected this to be a little bit of a pain. Okay. Then, did I actually drop the end pieces? I have spares, but here we go. Let's just put that on. Oh, but yeah, those I know that we have to drill them out. That's not the best advertisement here for my printing quality. Nothing really fits. I really struggle with the patchy. Like it's quite horrible. I feel like I slowly get the hang of it. I feel like I'm slowly getting the hang of it. Like I now seem like, or like my filament dryer is seemingly now able to dry filament. Like this part printed way nicer than all the other parts. So that's good. Also like the front panels, like I struggled with that a lot. I actually had like extrusion issues. Like I have no clue how this happens, but the Bowden tube popped off basically. Like on the extruder, it just like popped off the Bowden tube, and like I had like the filament just being pushed through the extruder. And then like into mid-air because like the Bowden tube is disconnected. And I caught it in time once, but it happened again and I was a bit too slow. So I had like to restart the print actually, which was quite, or like continue to print after like a failure, which was quite cool. I want to Orden for like completing this print. Like I had to stabilize it a bit because like the layer here wasn't perfect. But basically the printer failed, the print failed. The power went off of the printer. But I was like, well, basically what I did is like I moved the printer into the into known position here at the end of this like little like clip thingy, and just moved it perfectly on Z and X and Y, and then I knew the position and I could set this position as the position I got from the slicer for that part. And then basically I sliced the file, deleted all the G-code of the layers before, and then resumed it half G-code file. And it worked pretty well. Like there's a minimal layer shift. You can actually see it here. Like there's a little bit of a layer shift for a couple of layers before I kind of like had like dialed it in perfectly. But yeah, basically printed this part. Here it completely failed. Power off, and then I was able to resume it manually from here on. And it completed fine. And that's the only like thing. And then like, yeah, I just added these like failed print pieces on the back just with super glue to stabilize it. Just like, yeah, that's like nice and proper. Let's see. The only thing I'm concerned about looking at this, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Like due to layer shift, this one isn't aligned here where the rod is supposed to be sitting in, but it's okay. It's good enough. Don't think that will be an issue. Cool. Okay. So let's just see if we can put this on. Yeah, perfect. So this is in place on top. Maybe not. No, it's in place. Okay. So on top, it's now basically in this like little loop thingy here. Wait, there's like this little loop, and the top of the rods go in there. A bit tricky to align, I think, but holds well. Now the thing is on the bottom. The initial idea was to have this little clips here. Let's just clip on the rod in this bottom section. Oh, we actually forgot the nuts. But that doesn't work. Like the thing is, it's just like bending down a bit and you can't really clip it. So that's not quite what I imagined. So version 2, as you can see, now uses magnets. So what I would do now is, let's start with one side, I guess. Let's just start here. I pushed one magnet in just to make sure it fits. Oh, this was painful last time already. Let's see. To get those on. I forgot to put out the tool I used last time. Oh, this one's on. Maybe? Yeah. Let me quickly grab a plier. Get it over the spot. Doesn't need to be tight. Okay. Let's see if we can repeat this miracle on the other side. This is a very difficult task. Okay, let me quickly grab the tool. I'm right back. Okay, this is what I used last time. I'm just not sure about the size. It's just like a nut from, or like, not sure what it's called. Not nut. This is nut, but this is like a something to tighten a hex nut. See if we get this somewhat on. We should be able to use this to align it, the nut. See? Now the tricky part is just like to get it straight. And I remember already that this one was a bit of a pain, but I think now it's on. Oh, yeah, that's the right side. Is it the right size? Oh, it was one size too big. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's on. I actually also use that to tighten it a bit. Perfect. We don't need that again. So basically what we need to do now, because like those will interfere with the M3 rods. Technically, like thinking about it, we could have shortened the rods, right? We could pull them out again. Like the other option is like we just cut it, but I'm a little bit like, I don't want to modify the part because it was such a pain to like print, but I guess we won't need it anymore because we now use the magnet. So in Dutch we call it doppenset. Doppenset. To be honest, I'm not even sure what the English name for that is. The German name for that is. Nusskasten. It's like a nut box. I think that would be considered a Nusskasten. Let me quickly put it in the worst spot and the exact opposite end. So let's just snip off those like little like clip parts. And it hurts in my soul, but okay. Now it should not clip anymore. Second, we can like poke it in. Yeah. And now it kind of should be flush. Try to show you. How it looks in there. So now this sits on there. There we have the magnet on the bottom. Like there's, and now basically what I want to do is to glue this magnet part here, so that we have the magnet holding this in place. That is kind of the idea. Now basically to unclip it, you can lift it up against the magnet, and then you can slide it up. So that's kind of the idea. Let's see how that works out in practice. So what I would do now is let's just install like maybe like 3 magnets just to that we have like a proper orientation here. And then we'll just like add a lot of super glue on the back. And now I realize I forgot something else I need. And we will put a clamp here and just like glue that on the right spot. So let's just start with the magnets. I have it. And I guess the best is to use like a bit of super glue just to hold the magnet in the right spot. Let's just do those. And then the important part is always to get the orientation of the magnet right. So what I will do is I will just put the magnet on the opposite piece and then use that to push it in. Because then I'm certain that the magnet's in the right direction. If it wants to go in, that's a very, very good fit. I guess you would consider that a good fit. Which camera are you using for the face cam? That's my iPhone actually, because I only have one camera, which is this one, and this is just my iPhone. And like the following around thingy, does it do it? Yeah, it's kind of like following me around. That's a feature of macOS or iOS. But it's like, generally it's working well, but sometimes it's a little bit like stupid until you get it to work like before the stream. Yeah, so now this is kind of like hold in place in the right orientation. And also designed it in a way that the magnets like stand out like ever so slightly, so that the magnets have direct contact with each other. Let me quickly grab the clamp and I'm back. It has good face following features. Yeah, it works pretty well. The things like I don't think the quality is the best. Like, I mean, if I compare it to putting this camera there, like the quality is way worse. And there's also like some software that allows this camera like to follow you around. Let's see. Like if I continue doing the streams and I have a lot of money at some point left, then I buy like an old used proper camera to replace the iPhone, because just like a more stable setup, I would say. I'm not wondering, should we do both at the same time. Maybe it's good. Let's just add like 3 magnets here as well, and then where did I put the... Oh, yeah, this one is here and this one goes there. And let's just add 3 magnets as well here. Same 3. So let's just add 1 magnet here, and then we can like really stubborn. Kind of afraid of breaking the part, to be honest. But I wanted it to be a tight fit, but maybe not quite that tight. Because now it's also not straight. Let's see. I don't have good pliers for that. Not good. At the very least, it should be straight. Let me actually put the base in here, because now it's like very like soft. But if we put the PC in it, it will be way more stable. Ooh. Put this on here. And then now we can like properly push, hopefully, without breaking something. We broke something, did we? Nope. Something happened. Oh, it's not quite on. That's the problem. Let me quickly loosen the screws here a little bit, just so we have like more play. Something doesn't quite align super well. So for now, let's just keep it a little bit loose. We also shouldn't press completely down, because it's like resting on those on the other side. So, but I fear this magnet is now glued in place like this. Ah, this is not good. And the super glue on the other one is most likely dried. There's a I thought everything can be a hammer, but seemingly not. I wonder why it's so hard on this side, but it went in okay on the other side. That's a bit weird. I mean, technically it will... Uh-oh. The magnet is not aligned. Oh, it's getting even worse. Yeah, these are all opposite. This works. Huh. Individually they work. Now I wonder if one of the magnets in here is wrong. Yeah, magnets are always fun, Jordy. I'm not quite sure what's happening here now. like this one works and this one works. I think it's because one is here missing, so it kind of like wants to be like this. Let's just quickly add this one back. No, still something is off here. I'm just confused that they both like this is now works, but it does not want to be like over here. Okay, let's try to add the top one. No, I'm afraid it won't fit perfectly. Oh no. It has a bit of super glue on it, amazing. This does not go well, I can tell you that much. The other side went well. This one is horrible. Okay, let's check the following. If I would have like, you know, like nice pliers to have like proper pressure top down, this would do wonders. I only have this, and this doesn't really like assert or like have a lot of pressure, I think. Okay, let's try the brute force way. Let me quickly grab a hammer and maybe we can nudge them into place. 1 second. All right, again. Then I printed a graphene system with magnets. Oh god, yeah, it's the same magnets, right? The same little tiny magnets. So let's just try to not break it, but yeah, that works. Now this is flat, this is more flat. I'm happy that I built the base so sturdy. Okay. Let's see. Okay, still. Let's add the magnets back here first. Just to be sure that's not something, because like the magnets here are not aligned to the magnets there. More magnet fun. Who would not want that? Magnets and super glue, my favorites. Okay. Yeah, now it's this bottom one. The bottom one is somehow I don't quite understand it. Because like let's just use this top magnet, right? So this magnet's here, attracts here, and attracts here. Like all of them attract. But if I put it on properly, this one pushes away, the bottom one. Oh, okay, because the bottom one, this one is misaligned. Yeah. The bottom one here is misaligned. Okay, well, then we know the problem. And luckily it's not on this part, because like getting them out is quite a pain. I'm a bit annoyed that this looks nice. This looks like a little bit like not nice now. Let's see, how do we get this out? They're relatively loose in here. So what we could try, because I super glued them, we can try to just, wait, which one was it on? This one. Just try to like melt the super glue a bit with isopropyl alcohol. And then maybe Yeah, here it goes. We got it out. Ah, now I realized I forgot something else. We don't have any wipes. 6x2, 6x3 magnets, 4 in each bin. I decided to use 2 in each bin to cut down costs. Yeah, they're quite expensive. Like these are 6x2, and I got like 100 for 10 euros, I think, on Amazon, or bol.com, one of the two. But yeah, they're quite pricey, like at scale, because if you need 4x4 per bin, like it quickly adds up. Let's see, this looks like it's dried out. So let's add the magnet back. Just making sure the orientation is correct, and we can just push it in. Yeah, now it snaps on properly, but it's like, oh, and my fingers are also glued. Perfect. Now the problem is now, like, it's not super, like it doesn't like sit on here very nice. A bit uneven because the magnets are not like properly seated, especially the bottom one. On the other side, you know, like it's like very nice and even. Let's see if we can improve that a bit. Yeah, it's primarily the bottom one, I think, that's really standing out. Let's just see if we can nudge it a bit into place. Let's actually try to get it out again. Let's do the same trick here. See if we just trenched it in IPA a bit. Let me quickly get a kitchen towel while this is like soaking in. Constantly running around today. So we can clean up the mess a bit. Let's see if we get this out. That doesn't seem like it's going to be happening. This is like neither back nor forth. Just see what happens when we... It's just a bit too flexible here, like, it's just... Yeah, okay. I guess we have to live with that for now. But I guess it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's holding it in place. There's not a... Like, those are not glued in very well, I think. Let's add a bit of glue there. The funny part is like this is an exact mirror. Like those two are exact mirrors. It's just like this one is printed vertical and this one I printed like flat down. Oh. And I think that's why this one is way tighter than this one, which I expected, but a bit too tight. Okay. Then let's just put the cover on top. Oh, I didn't see your last message. Over 5,000 magnets. Oh my god. You printed a lot of Gridfinity boxes then. Two per box, you said. So you printed like 2,500 Gridfinity boxes. Okay, let's just make sure that this panel is like properly in place. Because we now like print the... We can't leave it this way. Okay. This looks like it's bit off. You would have needed, okay, you would have needed 5,000 if you used 4. Still, like 1,000 Gridfinity boxes is a lot of Gridfinity boxes. Oh, you sold them, okay. Then somebody had a huge need for Gridfinity boxes. Or they sold it on as like separate parts, I don't know. But it sounds like, how many printers did you use to print that? I think it's on properly. It's just like what throws me off a bit is like there's a little bit more gap here than on this side. I'm not sure if that's where that's coming from. Yeah, and sometimes it's like catching on the M3 rods a bit on top. Like, I'm not sure if this is the best design, to be honest, but this is what I came up with. The inner part's working like this, like inner section is like really, really good. Like no complaints there. The design of the outer part, nah, not sure. I mean, like the bottom part here, I reprint now is already way better. So if the top part will also be the same as this, because like I added extra stabilization here, and there's like screw holes on top here, where like if the top part would also have the same screw holes, it would be way more stable already. But yeah, not quite sure if this is like the ideal setup. One printer running 24/7. And that's a lot of 7s, I guess. What type of printer did you use? Like large print bed, or did you have to like constantly? Yeah, now it's looking at this now, it's like well aligned here. Like it's basically even with the white one, which is supposed to be. So that looks good. Like large print bed, or did you have like an Ender-sized printer and like had to constantly swap everything in and out? Okay, so what I would do now is I would now add super glue to the back of those pads here. Maybe let me just give you like this like angle from here again. So I would just add now super glue on the pads. Then we put it down, and then we use these clamps here to clamp that in place. And we just wait for a second, and then hopefully those pads will be part of that part, and when we push it up, they will come off. So 4 months of printing on Prusa Mark 3S. That sounds like a lot of work. But then, like, how often? I just imagine like you every like twice a day, maybe once or twice a day. I guess you had to like empty the print bed, right? That sounds like a really cool like printing project. Like definitely large scale. To be honest, I'm not really seeing how much glue I put on here at the moment. And let me just give it a bit more. I'd rather have too much glue for that than too little. And yeah, I obviously adjusted like if I would reprint the panels, those magnet holders would be already part of that. I just didn't want to reprint that entire thing, of course. Uh-oh. Not perfectly aligned, but now it's too late. Oh, not yet. It was not on the, it's really hard to show you. There's the M3 rod, and it's like the section where we snipped off the things was not aligned. So let's just make sure they are aligned. And now this super glue is a little bit slow on drying. So let's just wait for that to be finished, or like dried to be finished. Let's wait for this to dry for like maybe like 2 minutes or something, just to make sure that everything's like properly dry and attached. And then we can just see how heavy it is to like get it off. And then we can just see if it like feels right. And if not, we just keep adding magnets until we have like the proper adhesion we want. So what can we do in the meantime? Maybe in the meantime, let's talk about how we will make this look nice. About twice a day. Yeah, that sounds manageable, to be honest. I expected like more. So basically we have this vinyl PVC wrap thing here that we will wrap around this. Hi, Marcos. Yes, I'm native German. So yeah, basically we will wrap this around the part here. What I did is, so basically this comes printed in 1, 2, 3, 4 sections. You kind of see like where the middle lines are. So this is printable on Ender 3. The backside I printed in 2 parts, but I have good problems with warping, so I decided to rather make it 4 parts and have it warp free than 2 large parts that then start warping. So technically, yeah, I just sanded it down. I used some filler to like fill the spots and gaps I had, and then the gray paint is just like a spray filler I put on top, and then I just sanded everything like briefly down. Like this is not perfect. Like you feel there's like some ups and downs on the surface, but it's smooth. And I think that's the important part. Like if you would spray paint that, like I think it's not ready for that. Like you would need more sanding and filling. Now here, for example, on this corner, like I'm not sure if the camera can pick it up, but there's like quite a rough spot. Here's a bit rough. So this would show up in painting, but I think for the wrap, it doesn't really matter. The only thing I noticed is, where's my sample piece? I showed it already. Somewhere I have the sample piece. Ah, here. The only thing I noticed, like this is the power section down here. And here you see in the right lighting, you see like this ridge and that ridge. And that comes from printing this like part on the back, and it just like showed up a little bit in front because the part is quite thin. So these are things you definitely need to sand down. I obviously had the same on this part. So that needs to be sanded down because it will show up in the part, but I think like random like little things won't really affect it. Typically an accent like me. Well, I think it's a very perfect accent. Can you always hear if someone is Dutch or not? I have the same issue. I think Dutch is very easy to spot because the G. I have a lot of Dutch people in my company, and it's like backlog instead of backlog, for example. Like it's very, very typical. So Dutch is quite easy, I think. If you're not going to paint it, I would suggest adding filling compounds, sand it, and then paint it. Yeah, it's kind of what I did. Like I used, you see like here, oh, you don't see? Like this is the color of the material, this light white. The more yellowish white is filler, and then the gray is just like spray filler to like even out like small things. But yeah, it's not painted, like it's not paint ready, definitely not. But for the PVC wrap, I think it's perfectly fine. Yeah, was already quite a lot of filling and painting, or filling and sanding. Let's see. Moment of truth. Yes, they stayed on. And it already feels quite good, to be honest. I'm actually not sure if I want much more magnets. Maybe let's add 1 per side for good measure. Oh. Yeah, it catches a bit. Maybe we have to drill out the top parts a little bit more, just to make it a little bit easier to get on off. Let's add 1 more magnet per side, like So it's 4 each. And let's not do the mistake again to put super glue in multiple spots. Yeah, and super glue your hand. Always a good one. Let's do this. Cool. Amazing. Now the magnets are super glued together. Ah, I hate magnets. I really do. Okay. So that's the right orientation. Now we have to do 2 magnets. It also means that I wasn't quite put into place well. Yeah, like this one like fits in really snugly and nice. And this one definitely does not. It's really hard. Maybe we look for a different magnet to put it in. Hole. Oh, maybe this one is good. This one even doesn't need a... Let's see, let's try. I'm just trying to find like one hole. This one is nice. Let's just get it out. They're a little bit inconsistent, the holes. So let's just make sure this is in the right orientation. And push this in here. Make sure it stays in. Ah. Oh god, no. Fuck, this is amazing. Okay, another 2 glued together. Ah, this is horrible. Let's try again. I think it's really important to have the perfect size of the holes. Like that they're not like easily sliding out, but like not... Well, not too hard to push in. Okay, I think I might have a success here. Okay. Whew. It only took like two pairs of glued magnets. Let's also try to find like a nice hole on this side. Yeah, all like not easy on this side. Maybe let's try... Where did I put my knife? I totally missed your messages. I was so focused on my magnets. I don't know what Dutch sounds like. Dutch sounds like a very weird German-English mix. To me, as a German speaker. Either, oh god, how to pronounce the name? Silvernak. Silvernak? Sorry, I do my best to butcher your name. Did you design it yourself? Yes, I designed it myself. That's why the design is so horrible. It doesn't work. This is like prototyping phase, I would say. Like this is already attempt 2, right? Like the first attempt was to clip the front panel on those end pieces of the rod, which didn't work at all. So this is like attempt 2 with the magnets, which I think will work well. It's just like I didn't quite design the holes good. And this is really horrible. I'm looking for my knife. I see my knife and it's not on this table. I'm back in a second. Knife. Looks super static to me. Thank you, Marcus. Actually, wait, let me this is kind of like how the end product is supposed to look like. So it's basically front and back panels are covered in this wood vinyl thingy. But it's just for me, like if somebody wants to build that by themselves for whatever reason, they also exist like with carbon optic and brushed metal and everything. Like those wraps are available for a lot of things. Yeah, but it's kind of like how it looks, and it comes together. Kind of okay. Like there are some things that I need to improve, of course, and I kind of like work those things in as I go. But it definitely won't reprint everything. Like for example, the like one thing we noticed like last time is like there's some connection missing here on the sides, basically, like because you can kind of fold it in like this. The bottom piece now with the magnets are reprinted, and now I added like screw holes here on the back. The top part doesn't have it, but the bottom part has. There's like things like that I improve like as I go, but definitely not gonna reprint like everything, which just like takes a lot of time, material, and energy. And as long as I can make it work and it looks okay, I'm happy. I noticed that when you use two compound glue, the magnets would stay stuck much better compared to super glue. Yeah, I think the glue I have is also like not quite ideal, to be honest. And my main problem is, if I would have pliers that have like parallel jaws, like those parallel jaw pliers exist, right? Because then you can like put the magnet on the jaw of a plier and just push it in. This makes your job way easier, especially now here, because I can't really push because it's like too flexible. Which material did you print? This is all patchy, and I discovered that patchy is horrible. That is kind of like my lesson learned from this entire project. I really struggled printing patchy, like with those large parts. Oh yeah, this is basically how it will look like later, by the way. I'm just using this as a tool right now. That was my test piece with the wrap. We will do the wrap in like as soon as I have this magnet in that hole, basically. Yeah, it's really bad. Like it just snaps out right away onto the other magnet. Let's try again. I just put this. You also have to pay attention, of course, to orientation, right? Just to make this all a bit more interesting. Just try to. I think now it's in. Somewhat parallel. I just hold it for a second to snap out again. Okay, I think it's like all of them are not very like level. Like these are all very nice and level, and these are like all like it looks like a crater. But yeah, it is what it is. Let's see. Let's just quickly check that it goes on. Let's actually drill out the holes on top. Oh yeah, speaking of patchy printing, I kind of told the story before. But yeah, like you see here where I glued on those parts, I had print failures. Like this was just like a temporary extrusion issue. So I just like reinforced the part from the back here. This one was a complete print failure. So it printed from here to here is one part. Like you see here, like the parts are connected here. It printed this far, and then like my Bowden tube snapped off from the extruder. Like it never happened to me. I have no clue. I think I printed the material a little bit too cold. And I was able to resume the print after the print failure. So it was quite cool. And that's like where you have like this like beautiful thing here. But yeah, I was kind of running out of the material. So I really tried to just make it work in a certain sense. And because you don't see it from the outside later on, like I don't really mind. Yeah, it's already quite okay actually. Let's just try to make it a little bit smooth and big. Okay, let's see. Yep. On quite well. And it's like a nice snap. Just need to kind of like optimize like my movement to remove it, but I think the 4 magnets per side are good. I just added like shitload of magnets because I wasn't quite sure how many we would need. So you can fine tune the force now. But let's stick with 4 for now and see how it goes. Maybe try magnet opposite side. I think it's too thick for those magnets. Because it's like, I would guess like a centimeter, like from top to bottom. So I think like the magnet on the back wouldn't have like a lot of pulling force. No, it's like very, very weak. If I would have a stronger magnet, for sure. But I think what I will do is like I would actually buy like a pair of those like parallel jaw pliers, because I had the same problem with other parts before and it's like super annoying. Yeah, cool, but this works. Patchy should be better than PLA, but it's annoying to find the right cooling for it for good layer adhesion. Yeah, like layer adhesion was one issue I was facing. I had tons and tons of stringing, which I then kind of like fixed by reducing the temperature. I had 2 different patches. I had the gray one here. This is the Prushament patchy. That printed quite well. Then the bottom part, you see there's 2 different whites, right? The top part is Form Futura patchy, the first spool I had. And the bottom one is Form Futura patchy, the second spool I had. And I'm a bit disappointed because like 2 spools with different colors. So it's like not a good quality sign, I guess. But the thing is, like the first roll was just wet, straight up wet, which I had open for a couple of months, so that could have been me. But the problem is I have a filament dryer, but it could not dry. Like no matter how long I had it in the dryer, like it did not get dry. And that's kind of like all those parts were kind of printed half wet, and that's why I had tons of stringing. So that was like one thing. I fixed the stringing by reducing the temperature to 210 degrees, which is super cold for PETG, but like the parts are okay. So that was fine. But then I figured out how to dry the filament properly with a filament dryer by like altering a little bit of stuff. Like I opened it every hour and like I put like a towel over it to increase the heat. It was a whole journey. But then the filament got dry. And actually the second one arrived kind of wet already, or got wet while I printed. The second one then I figured out how to dry. But then when it's dry, 210 degrees is way too low seemingly. And that's when the Bowden issue happened, where basically there was so much force on the Bowden tube that just like it worked its way out of the collet. Yeah. Now this part I printed in 230 degrees and it turned out really well. Like I think I now have it dialed in. Where I'm kind of considering buying like another spool of the Form Futura patchy to reprint the top part. You see like here we have the rounding, here it's not rounded, like this is the version 1 basically, this is the version 2. And the main reason why is like there's like, you see in the version 1, it's like just hollow here. And the version 2 has this extra spine and also like a triangle shape here. This is much more stable. And another problem I had, I'm just rambling now, I'm sorry. Another problem I had printing those is they're printed like upright. And it's just like those like two, like this is a separate part in the middle. This is printed flat down. But the 2 parts on the side are basically standing upright. And because patchy is a little bit soft, it started like to wobble very slightly as it was like growing up. And you see actually here like it got really, really bad. If it focuses, like I visually could see the part wobble back and forth as it was printing, and this is like why this looks so bad. And the spine I added for the new part prevents this completely. Like this one was the first one I printed. The other ones I actually printed with supports just to make it more like vertically stable. So that was the whole thing. But coming to PLA, I think PLA would have printed much nicer and easier. But I'm very concerned with the heat of the system because like there are hot components in there will be like warm air, and while the air won't be like at 100 degrees, PLA gets soft so quickly, like at 45 degrees or something, I think it starts getting soft. So I wouldn't print this in PLA at any cost. Yeah, so that was a long ramble, but that's like the printing experience patchy. I love the magnetic click, very satisfying. It also feels very satisfying. I can tell you that much. Now it looks a bit weird because I have so many empty magnet spots, but I think if I fill them all out, it will be a little bit too hard to push. But let's see, maybe I add like 2 more later. But for now, let's leave it at 4 and see how it goes. For the back part, we have to do the same, but I did not have time to print that part yet. So the magnets will go here on that part. Yeah, just like horizontally instead of vertically, but basically here the magnets will end up. And there will be like the same system. You hook it in on the top section here, you hook it in, and then clicks down. So much concerning. Yeah, there's a lot of like, this was a whole journey. I learned a lot, which is nice. Like I learned a lot in Fusion. Like that was the first time I designed something so big or like complex in Fusion. And also like printing, like I never print that much patchy, so that's like, there's a bit of learning experience for sure. We will need that later for organizing the cable. Let me just save that. Let me just quickly like make a bit of space. My next step would be to wrap this. I think the best thing to do first is to just wipe it down with a bit of IPA, just to make sure there's like no fats and stuff on there. Let's see. That should be nice and plenty. Love the smell of IPA. So basically, I have no clue how to do this now. Like I wrapped the small part and it kind of went okay. But this is a bit bigger. So technically how this works, maybe let's just first get it off the roll that we just have like smaller piece to work with. I'm just like very crudely cutting this here. Hi, Ballistic Tech. So first you decided for your components and then starting modeling. Kinda. Like I kind of like went for the maximalist approach, I guess. So this case technically can fit pretty much any hardware you pick. There are some limitations, of course, just size-wise. Let me just remove the case part. So this is the hardware itself. I just went out. I actually still have to add it to the description in YouTube. Like I want to kind of like honor the people who designed that. But I just went out and looked for the 3D models of the parts. So it's like a random graphics card, but like it's relatively big. Then it's just a mini ITX mainboard. This is a Noctua cooler. And yeah, it's just like a placeholder model for the power supply. So I kind of like went out there. Sorry, Ballistic Tech. It's turning out really good. Yeah, so far it's good. We managed to struggle on the magnets. Let's see, like this is the part that makes me really nervous, like the wrapping. But yeah, so basically I kind of aligned it in a way I wanted. And then I just started modeling the skeleton around it. I call it skeleton, but let me just quickly show that. So I modeled this like skeleton, which is like this part here. So this basically holds the power supply and the main board. So it's just like this vertical part. And inside there's also, yeah, you can actually see it. There's also M3 rod going from, oh, you can't see it, from top to bottom here. So this goes all the way to the top here. That kind of like gives it the stability. So that was the first part I modeled. And then I added the GPU bracket here, which quite a simple part actually. So this just mounts the GPU. And then I have the base, which is kind of like this like larger part here. And those, the skeleton and the GPU mount basically are mounted to that. And you can see that, I'll just remove the hardware very quickly. You see I have like all those holes here. And that was like one of the things I considered because I didn't know quite what hardware I wanted to have. So this hole basically, or those holes allow you to move the skeleton and the GPU bracket left and right. So basically you have, you see like there are a couple of like open holes still, like not too many, but there's also a smaller GPU bracket. So this is like for like normal sized GPUs. Basically what this allows you to do is you can like move the components left and right, so you can trade space on the GPU side for like space on the CPU side. So let's say like you have a really large GPU here, then you need to have a small CPU cooler. Or you have a very small CPU cooler, then you can have like a huge GPU. So it's like you can configure that like as you want. This back part, by the way, is still to be built. Like this is just a custom panel with like the power thingy and like some keystones, because like the connectors of the main board are on the bottom here, right? So this is just like, because this is kind of like annoying to access, I want to have the most common things on the back here with those keystones. Yeah, and then like there's the cover around that. That's like the part we're working on at the moment. And you see like here, these are the magnets I added. And this is the back magnets, basically. They're just like in different orientation. And then around this, we have what I call the sheets. And this is kind of like what we're working on now. So these are like the front and back sheets. And they are printed in 4 sections, like you see the sections here. And then basically they're just like, she can show it easier here. Like they're just put together with screws here. I added some super glue in between, and then you get this like big part. So that's kind of like the long and short of this project. Was quite fun to build, but like the Fusion file is very horrible, to be honest. It's really chaotic. It's really hard to edit it now because like, yeah, it's just not built well. I learned a lot. Okay, let's see how we do that. So basically, I think my plan would be to like peel off the foil. I know there are like special knives where you can cut down the middle and like it only cuts the backing and not the foil, but I don't trust myself to do that. So let's just try. It doesn't need to be perfect on first try. This foil only starts to stick, like it sticks a bit, but it only starts to stick a lot once you start heating it up. So let's just try to kind of like peel off a bit on the side. And then what I would do, let's just put this here, like vertically. And then let's just, I think that works. Now we can like peel off the backing. Yeah, but like I chose for walnut wood, but technically you can, they're like available in every conceivable design and pattern, like from stone, carbon fiber, everything. Brushed metal. So it's really cool. Like I never used that. It's the first time applying something like this on the scale, but I think it's a really cool thing to customize prints. Okay, let's just firstly, let's make sure there's no stuff there, because I see like a random piece of PETG flying around there. Trying to like work it off. Okay. Yeah, let's just throw it around. Yeah, maybe let's do it like this. Maybe the easiest. Yeah, this looks quite bad. We have to work on that. And we have enough to try more than once. I think I have like 10 meters or something. Okay. Moment of truth. I guess it's best to just work from one side. Let's just start by wrapping it around the corner here on one side. And then we can work from this side. So I'm just trying to really pull this around the corner. Again, like I have no clue what I'm doing here. I never worked with that. Okay. And now basically the trick is you use a hair dryer or like a heat gun. And the material gets really soft and stretchy, and then you can like pull it further. It also starts to stick a lot more, like once it's heated up. Okay, that's on. Let's just like preliminarily, like kind of like put this around the corner here. I guess now we just have to work out all the air. I'm not quite sure. I have this like stupid card here. Came with some screen protector. Oh, just sticks really well already. Okay. Not what I expected. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess we can kind of like just have to. Maybe we should start from the middle after all. Maybe it's also not the easiest shape. The first attempt. So technically this is meant for furniture and stuff like that. So we misuse it a little bit. Okay, and if you can make scratches in it if you like fold it too hard. One of those things that looks online, the videos and the tutorial videos easier than it is in real life. And we also need to pay attention to not let it like glue to itself, I think. Okay. Like it kind of works well, but now I have like this section here is not kind of okay. But I have this like kink in here that I'm not getting out anymore. So there's this kink here, and then this one will be the same. So I'm not quite sure if I should quickly start over, to be honest. Nope. Because I'm a bit afraid that I'm not getting it off anymore. Like once it's on, then I'm not getting it off. Yeah, and there's like another one. So this is kind of like a problem. So you have to be really cautious when pushing this. But technically now, like if you figure out how to prevent those like kinks, it goes on quite okay. But the lesson learned, we should not pull off the backing right away. I mean, this now looks really nice here, this surface here. You just need to be really cautious. So let's pull it off. By the way, this foil is not expensive, just to call it out. Yeah, Jordi, I'm definitely starting over. This is not expensive. It's like, I'm not sure how much it is now, like I think 5 meters. 5 or 10. And it's like from Amazon. And it was like 10 euros for the 5 meter foil. A little bit wasteful, but we are learning, right? So we already learned. We do it from side to side. And then that's the thing. Technically, we could also do a disorientation with the grain, but I think it's nice if the grain goes from top to bottom. So yeah, let's cut another piece. And this time, let's just try from one side and be a bit more systematic about it. Wait, which direction? This direction. Just add a little bit of like overlap here. And put it down, and now we can work on this step by step. I think that was a good start to like put it over the edge here. I was hoping that we get to the power button today. I think you should have left the protect film on as it and use the scraper so that you are applying a small portion of the glute area time. Yeah, definitely like Marcin. Definitely Marcin. That's what we do. That's a better approach. Yeah. Dory agrees. I agree too. So that's how we do it. Now I think like I can just work here on the side first. It's just I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's best to push it in this direction. And I've seen like in the videos where they apply it, like they always pull it off and put it back on when they have like air inside. So that's what I'm doing too. So this section looks good. By the way, it also has like a little bit of a 3D texture, so it's like quite nice actually. You have to be really careful with those small kinks. Already made like almost one here again. I think the side is on quite well. Okay, so I think it's better to like lift it up and try to put it down straight than like put it down and then try to push out the bubbles. Bubbles, there's one. Okay, so this side is good. Let's just wrap it around the corner here. I'm quite sure if I should like secure it in any way, but I think it's sticking okay-ish by itself. I was kind of considering whether we should just like, you know, clamp it here, just come loose. I think that will be quite a hindrance for the rest. So, I mean, now I guess we just put it like this, and then we can slowly walk around the corner. I think that's a good approach. Whenever there's like a bubble, I think it's best to like lift it up a bit and like put it back down with the edge. Tiny bubble. And it will take a second to put on properly, but I'm pretty sure the end result will be worth it. Here's the thing, I'm not quite sure if we should already heat it up a bit while I do that. Let's try. Because this makes it a little bit softer. I'm highly dangerous here getting like one of those kinks in. Also here. Let's see, let me just pull this off a bit more. Yeah, I don't think heating it up at this point helps a lot. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Like, seemingly like the material is a little bit stretched here. And no matter how I do that, I get this kink. I mean, this is better than the first attempt, for sure. Yes, like no matter how I do it here, like I get this kink. So I'm not quite sure if it's like something with the tension of the material or something. Let me try to like unwrap it a bit. I am trying to be careful, trust me. I just hope that the end result will look good and it's worth the effort. Yeah, like those two areas are problematic, but it's also like you see like there's kind of like wonder if we just have to like pull it a bit. Which is easier said than done. That's why I don't like bigger stickers. Yeah, this is a massive sticker. I feel like I have to do something that I don't to like get this like thing out, because you see here like I think it's just like the top part is like a little bit like off, and this is why I can't get this straight. So let's maybe try to lift it up from here again. It's a good thing, right? Like you can kind of like reapply it a couple of times. Okay, so let's start from here. Okay, let's try the heat thing. I kind of feel like I'm at a point where now it's way softer. I think it will get hard as it cools down. Yeah, it returns to the former level. So I think we can use that to pull out the kinks. Work from the middle to the top and the bottom edges from this part. Stretching the film as you go. I think that will help with the issue of the unremovable bubbles. Yeah, I think so. I think like this part's kind of fine, so I would just like work my way like towards here now. Problem is just like I don't have anything to like fixate the part, so it's really hard to hold the hairdryer and pull. Have to heat it up and then be quick. Yeah. After doing that, I have like 3-4 seconds before the material cools down again. So I think we can work around this way. Let's move a little bit this direction. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, see now also the bubble, this was where we had the bubble, right? So that's gone. There's just like something under it, like a little tiny pimple. There. That's not air, I think. Yeah, there's a little something here. Just try to remove it. Okay, let's try to finish up this part here now. Quickly see if the pimple is gone. Yeah, pimple successfully gone. But there's another pimple, and this one is a little bit too far in. Okay, so we have to pay attention to that. That's okay. Like you kind of see it. See? Yeah, it's like little parts of the filling that get pulled away from the part. I think we have to live with little pimples in a couple of places. Just like all the little pieces of filling kind of get pulled away. So that means I think it would be recommendable to actually paint that before applying the film, like just to kind of like seal the filling a bit, the filler a bit. Okay, but I don't think it's like super visible, so should be fine. Okay, then let's try the edge. Not sure it's the best orientation. I'm not quite sure how to position the parts. By the way, how's the hairdryer audio-wise? Is it like super annoying or is it okay? Okay, let's try to get this out. Hairdryer is silent. Okay, then the noise cancelling works. Okay, this is a bit of a tough area now. I think I have to backtrack a bit here. I'm pretty sure the curve here doesn't make it easier. Yeah, I'm now at the same spot. So now technically, I guess I have to remove this here again. Down. I guess I could walk our way around it like this. We might have to set that fine. Like the section that are done look really nice. So that really motivates me. So it doesn't feel like I'm making like tons of progress. Yeah, it's a little air wall up here. Maybe we should first wrap the back, where it's not as visible as the front. Yeah, I think that's a good strategy, like heating it up, lifting up a little bit, and then like pulling it, stretching it over. I hope there's no limit on how often this can like heat and cool down. I think we have it, like at least on this side, mostly. I'm not sure if this stream is interesting or not. It's just me struggling to put in magnets and like foil and everything. Cool. So this seems to be okay. Like it doesn't look perfect. It looks good, but doesn't look perfect. But I think it's not. It's serviceable. Let's try to finish this section. Yeah, I think this was the hard part. We now have the curve. The curve is wrapped. Let's just work around this corner here. You're making progress, so that's good. Yeah. I think like now I kind of have the technique almost in a certain way that works. So Yeah, now like here we have this like inward curve, which also is not really helpful, but now here's the section like here's quite easy to pull, but here's like quite hard to pull on the material. And I think here it's better to use that card because like I can't pull here on the end. And I also can't fixate the part, which is not ideal. I think for the center, like we can just lay it down as it comes. I don't think we need to like stretch it enough. Here we have to work out this. That's like only challenge, I think. I just hope like once you have like even top to bottom that like the worst part is over. Which now would be maybe the case. And hopefully, I mean the thing is like now there's a little bit of tension on the foil. See like there's like a little bit of arc, so I'm fearing we have to like work our way through it. Yeah, that's it. Start pulling the film back, or like the backing back a bit. Okay. This is way harder than I expected. Yes, but let's attack the joy of vinyl wrapping. And it's my first time, so it's extra joyful. And there's like a little mark again. It's not... Oh, it's just the air bubble, okay. Any tips for ballistic tack? Did you do it before? But definitely we're making progress. Iteration is the only thing that helped me. Well, amazing. I'm doing that. And we're almost at the other side, so hey. Yeah, I think like keeping some of the backing on is essential. Like the first try was without the backing and it was like horrible. I think the main thing is like to like pull it away and then put it back down. I mean, now here we are at the edge already, so it's almost there. Those cutouts top and bottom will be also like tremendous amounts of fun. But the center part is on, and this looks, you kind of see, I hope you wouldn't see that, but you see like here where the printed part ends in the right light. Not 100% flat, but yeah, I knew that, but it's acceptable, I guess. Doesn't have to be perfect, just have to be good. That's like a lesson. So basically, like even if it's like flat, like you still see like minor like differences in height, basically. Final stretch. Last side. Pull a little bit more of the backing. Like the main problem is also like that this is like not fixed. If it would be like, I mean, I see a lot of people using this for like furniture and stuff. And wrapping furniture is so much easier, I think, because like the thing itself is like sturdy and like doesn't move. Maybe we should also use way more heat. I feel like the material gets so like flexible and soft when it's heated. And it's always the problem, like you can't really pull on the part. Let's try to finish the corner down here. I hope I didn't overstretch the material here. I got a little tiny thing there now. That's okay. Side, bottom. Maybe let's also cut off the extreme excess here, because we won't need that much anymore, right? And don't have to handle so much. And we can also get rid of most of the backing. And there's less stuff to worry about here. Not successful. No, it was successful. Okay, and let's work the way this is. Ah, almost. So barely too hot to touch should be fine for patchy. Yeah, I'm actually like not worried about the patchy so much. The more like that I overstretch the material. And like it's really hard at the moment to like pull on it because like the parts just, you know, like if this would be like fixed in some way and then like not like as flimsy because it's like just like a very thin panel. Like if this would be sturdy, I feel like this would be so much easier. Okay, almost there. Almost there. Last little corner. I think we made it. Almost. We made it. Pull a bit more here. Okay, cool. Then now we just have to do like the corners. So I think let's just wrap this around while pulling. The thing is like I think it's smart to just do the sides and then like fold the bottom parts in. And barely too hot to touch is not a problem for the PG. It's like more I'm toasting my hands. It has kink. I fear we can't fix that. Nope, that is now there. Okay. Then I say let's do the. Actually, let's cut off the excess first. We have less material to handle. Let's work around. I can't say walk around. Work around this corner here. I'm gonna burn my hands today. We have to deal with the inside later. We can do it now. I'm just trying to like have it nice here. Let's just cut that a little bit shorter. Trying to make the corner a bit nice because you will see it, I think, a bit. You just try to like cut out a tiny bit here. This is now basically just straight here, and then we can. I'm not sure if that was the best way to do it, but let's see. Yeah, well, a bit too short, but it kind of looks okay. And its insides doesn't have to be perfect, just passing the 1 meter test. So, not an interesting part. There's like this like cutout here. Let's add a small cut here. Then we can kind of like do this independently. Let's do the corner first again. Let's also already add a small cut here. We can kind of pull this down. Yeah, that might need some relief cuts like this, yeah. Let's see. I mean, again, like this is inside, so I'm not really that concerned about that section here. Oop, that was not good. Okay, I think I stretched it here a bit too much, like there's too much material. That's fine. Let's see. I mean, this is really not that important, right? It's the inside. I just want to kind of have like the, because you can see it technically from top a bit, just so it's like kind of okay. Also here we will need like a cut. Okay, now we have this like excess material here. I have no clue how I cut that. It's just like I randomly remove material, but it works. Okay, so now it's like kind of around the corner. That's a bit too long here, so let's just try to remove all the bit material here. But I think we are around the corner properly. Yeah. This is a bit too long. I wonder whether I should already cut it or like first apply it around the corner and then cut it along. Like it's like this like ridge here. I think I can just cut it along there. Actually, it's fine on the other side. So here's the ridge. Yeah, you can just use it as a guide. Okay. Let's leave this on the bottom already solid. Here we can kind of like remove this. No. It looks okay. Let's do the other side here, and then I think we are almost done. But I don't think we will do this the backside in the same session now. I think that's enough vinyl wrapping for one stream. Yeah. Next fun corner. I think I slowly get the hang of it. Like it's getting easier and easier. Cut here. And my headset died, which means the music is off. Let me quickly switch that. Oh, there's a whole conversation I was missing. You're up to keep up the good work. Thank you, Wesley. Very much appreciated. So barely to touch. Oh, I probably missed your Mr. Cohen, Wesley. Dun, 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 dun. Basically doing upholstery with plastic instead of cloth. Yeah, that's kind of like what you're doing. But it really looks like it looks really good. Like this annoys me a bit that you see that. But overall, like if you don't look at it under the light, like it looks really good. I got my editing machine rebuilt, picked a 1200K, a cheap motherboard, and 64 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, cheap motherboard was not in the cards for me. Like the motherboard was like 290 euros, and the processor was 225. So the mainboard was more expensive than the processor, which is quite a thing. Actually, like it was more expensive, almost as expensive, I guess, as the RAM and the processor combined. Oh, quite a thing. Normally won't take 40 hours to edit my next video, like the formal review. Well, the formal review was really, really good. So I can totally, I see why it took that long. Do you already have the next video planned or still undecided? I hope the heat of the PC won't undo the vinyl on the inside. Marcin, I had the same fear. I really hope it doesn't. But actually, like I used it this week and it was really cool. So I have high hopes. But I also thought about like securing the ends of it with some super glue or something, just like to keep the ends down. So let's see. Let's just pull it. Yeah, it's just like now we kind of have to work around that magnet thing here. Just cut out the rough shape here. Motherboards are more expensive than CPU. It's really crazy, especially it's a Ryzen processor, so the AM5 cores are super expensive. The backside is for off stream. I hope. I think so. I don't think it's like super interesting watching me do that, but I think yeah, I still want to do one side at least on stream. Because if somebody wants to build it for whatever reason, then you know, like there's some experience shared. I'm just about ready to start streaming the LDO V0. Finally used the PC build stream as a test for Auditep. Really cool. I'm looking forward to your V0 stream. Like, I'm really curious what you say, like, compared to the Formbot kits, like what your impression is. Also cut this here. And it's the last corner coming up. Also, maybe like, let's cut the excess later here all the way. And I think I'll do the BTT Nomi review. Do you do the Nomi V1 or V2? Interesting to see if there are any of the same issues as you. The Z nut. I think that's fixed. There was just one batch, like with the POM nut for the Z axis. It was just one batch, I think, where like something with tolerances was off from the lead screw. And yeah, that basically caused the POM nut to be completely ground down. They sent me a new stepper motor, basically, like the Z motor with the integrated lead screw. And I have no issues since. Like, it works perfectly. I actually check more or less regularly if there's like dust on the POM nut, indicating that the issue returned, but nothing so far. The LEO0 is such a rewarding build. I finished mine recently and loved every second of it. Yeah, totally agree. The only second I did not love, and I was like not part of the stream, but I had to rebuild the frame like 5 times or something because it wasn't square, and I could not figure out why it wasn't square. It was always off by a little bit. At some point I realized I mixed in one of the extrusion from the top hat kit from the 0.2 kit. One of those extrusions I mixed in the Z axis position, and it was like ever so slightly longer than the other one, and that caused everything to be messed up. And only when I rechecked that all the extrusions were same length, I figured this one out, and it was the exact same length as the one from the top hat kit. That was a bit annoying. Besides that, amazing build. I have both V1 and V2 now, so I think I'll go for over both. It's like a $10 difference. Yeah, I think they're just selling off the V1, to be honest. But to be like, I kind of like, I have the V1 on my switch wire. That's fine. Like, I don't miss anything. My Warren is now about 1 month old, printing 5 hours almost every day and still fine. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I had to do with my V0, I had the faulty lead screw, which shit happens. And the only other thing is like tensioning the belts every now and then. That was the only thing I had to do. Actually, make a cut here. Okay. I'm kind of amazed that 7 people watch me put on vinyl wrap. But we're almost done. Already make a small cut here. See if we can get the corner bit better. Here we go. Not pretty, but special, I guess. I use that phrase a lot with that build. Cool. Let's cut off the excess. Actually, give you like a bit of angle from this side. Oh, I can't see. Okay. Here we go. Just kind of some cut this direction. And the same here. Let's just cut off this piece. Let's leave it a bit longer on top. Let's rework a bit the edge here. That's it. I'm really happy that the shape turned out quite well. Like the rounding on the bottom. Like it looks really good. It kind of like also smoothened, like I filed it off a bit here, of course, because you had the layer steps. But like with the vinyl wrap, it like even covers that a bit more. There are like little bumps here and there, and that's like the things that came off, the little flakes that came off from the filling. Oh, and there's like, let's see if we can get this out. Oh, here you see actually the steps a bit. Like just ever so slightly. Let's see, let's work on this little tiny bit here. And I think the rest looks good. Yeah. Already fine. Perfect. There's one thing we forgot, or didn't do yet. There's a hole. We need to do this. And this is like the most scary part. I did it before with the small one. The thing is like, this is the first attempt, so I really hope this one is first attempt as well, because would be horrible to not screw up. So what I did before is I basically sliced like from center to each corner. Properly cut. And then I just punched in. Now we just have to walk it around. Let me try to grab one of them. Make sure you cut all the way in the corner. Doesn't have to be super perfect, actually. Because we have this like diffuser part that goes in from the back. You just have to make sure that there's like the corners are relatively sharp. Besides that, I don't think there's much we need to take care of. Just make sure to push it in the corner. I think that's it. Now we can put in the diffuser from the back, and then we have a very teeny tiny part to wrap somewhere. Here, that's the power button. So we kind of need to find a piece of wrap that is kind of matching this area. And then this comes in from behind. So this also needs to be wrapped, of course. I'm missing all the conversation again. My endoy will be BTT for almost all the electronics. SKR Mini V3, Pi V1.2, U2C adapter, EVB. That's a really BTT setup, but I think it's a really cool selection. I also have the SKR Mini V3 in there, and it's like really good. Like it's doing a great job. Yeah, people won't be able to tell it's fine. Also in person, like it looks really good. Like the thing is like there are the reflections from the separations of the part. But besides that, like it looks really good. It passes the 1 meter test. Okay, so let's find some spot on this like cut-off piece that kind of matches. I mean, technically it should also repeat. I don't think it's super important, to be honest. There's like this black streak. Yeah, that's why we just use this area here. I'm pretty sure just, like you won't be really able to tell anyway. No, that was not properly cut. I should have also put a new blade on my knife. That would have helped. Okay. Let's make sure to match the orientation. So it's like this. Let's just go for it and see how it turns out. Let's make the cuts, I guess. Oh yeah. Super random, but it matches quite well. like just like the overall pattern. There's like the small one and the large one, and kind of like fits together. So that looks good. So let's just cut off the excess here. Ugh. And maybe scissors would also be nice. I'm really making a mess now. Let's just... Oh, you don't see anything. Sorry, you don't see anything. I was just like massaging the corners here. Let's see, actually, can I just snip that? Maybe easier. Yeah, I can perfectly. Perfect. Where's the diffuser here? So this goes in there. It's like ever so slightly angled so it doesn't fall through. That's good. I like that. That's good. And it's like the power button. So let's work on the power button because I really want the power button. That's kind of like the goal for today's stream, getting a power button to work. So basically how this comes together is there's like this like thing here. I already know this doesn't fit perfectly well, so we have to work on this a bit, and it slides over it. Another thing that kind of went wrong is this diffuser is the earlier version of the thing. I tried to print the other one just before the stream because I forgot, and it did not turn out well. But the new one has this like ridges here, and this part has this little like knobs that fit in there to kind of like anchor it. This snaps in place, but this part doesn't have it. So I'm not sure if I should just snap off those ridges and we just go with that. I think that's what I will do actually. I don't have to bother with that anymore. And then here in the middle spot, there will be like the button which is depressed. So I haven't missed a tool for a long time, so let me just quickly grab a file and we can like massage this in here. And then I think we have quite a good setup. And this also is like nice and sturdy with the magnets. Kind of looks cool with the pattern. Okay, let me quickly grab a file and then we can work on the power button. Right back. Okay, let's first start with the part here. Maybe we should have done it actually before adding the vinyl wrap, but... I'm not sure why this doesn't fit. Because I printed the dummy part, and here it fits. Like quite nicely. Nice and snug. So I'm quite sure what's the difference here. I mean, now thinking about it, it's printed in a different orientation. This one was printed laying down, and this one is printed like vertical. Potentially that's the difference here. Let's also snip off the little standoffs. No, it's actually quite good already. No, still not. Oh, it's also curled up. You can see that. So that also definitely doesn't help. I should use the big one for that. I'm not quite sure why it's curled, like seemingly the cooling isn't quite there. Ah, here we go. Still not quite, there's like tension on it. See, it's like bending up a bit, so we need to work a bit more. We don't want it to bend up. So quickly check, like that kind of seems clean here, like where it's locked in. No, it's nice. Almost all it took. And there's a bit of friction, so it doesn't like fall down on its own. So the knobs we removed are fine. Cool. So then basically this is put in here. Then we put in the power button. And now, where did I put the, here. So this basically goes on here with a dab of super glue once we're certain everything fits. So let's see if we can get this like slot in. Yeah. So maybe we also have a little bit of like friction issues here. Like my print quality for that thing is horrible. Nothing fits, but I'm pretty sure it's the material or like setting of the material. Because this one I printed on the V0 and I know the V0 is quite precise. Using ABS, that is. Still not. We are getting there. Still blowing up a bit. Maybe I shouldn't have printed that in Patchy, but just ABS. Yeah, no, it's fine. A bit of friction is perfect. So let's put the little button here and see if we can get it in. Yeah, it's now like a little bit difficult because the button is like not attached. But I don't want to touch it yet because I'm not sure if the height is okay or whether we need to like move it a bit. Let's see, how do we get that in there? And technically the height is fine, I think. So we could glue it. Let's just try to hold it with the pliers. Yeah, that works. Okay. Okay, button is in place. Now the question is, can we press? Oh, we oriented the push button in the wrong way. Let's try this again in this orientation. Okay. But I think it's fine. Maybe we have to file off a tiny bit. Okay. Not sure if you can hear that, but it clicks nice. It sits a bit lower than I expected, like the button is a bit recessed. Let's check the wrapping, because I know in the other part the button was not recessed. But then we can glue this button onto this carrier. Just quickly try that. So if I put this in here, now it's also a bit recessed. So might be the wrap. Let's try to like remove a little bit of the excess on the corners. Maybe it's pushing it down a bit. Yeah, maybe this helped a bit, but it's okay. Let's roll with that. So then let's glue the button. Where is my favorite stuff ever? Super glue. Add a fair amount here. Let's be smart and use tweezers. And it's on. It's very quickly drying super glue, but let's give it like a minute. And then we can put that together. There's also something I want to add right away. Like we will have to solder now the button and everything. We need a power LED, of course, right? So I added like little like spots here for LEDs. And the idea is basically to put them in here. The diffuser is then basically on top like that. And the LED shines into the diffuser, and like on the front we have this like little triangle here. I hope it will look good. I'm not sure. We will find out. Not quite sure what LEDs to use. I have different densities, but I think we can use, we recycle just those. That should be fine. So basically, I mean, we can manage to put in 2 here. Let's just snap off 2 from the end. And another 2. And then the sticky tape on the back is like horrible, so let's add a new one. I knew I had it. So let's just whoa. Put some in the groove here. Technically, you could also just super glue the LEDs. Shall we super glue the LEDs? Maybe it's then also easier to solder, to be honest, because then they're like not wiggling around as much. Let's super glue them. Maybe they're defective. Let's not super glue them. Let's super glue them once we know they work. Ooh. seemingly that button does not glue well. So this is the bottom side, so the input is there. Yeah, that's good. Let's just add a small, let's just rip it. Just add here, on this side as well. And input down. Just concerned with that super glue here on the button, because I had this part before I broke it, and here it's like on like really well. And here, not sure. It's different super glue. Let me just use the same super glue as I used for the other one, which was the one with the brush. Just add a healthy dose. I really prefer the brush to apply the super glue. Like, I feel like it's less messy. Let's just clamp it for a second. Okay, so basically that means to power this like monstrosity, we need 2 pins for the power button, and we need 3 pins for the LEDs. My hope is, or my hope, what we will do, the fan, like for those who don't know, like the fan basically has RGB LEDs as well, and they're exactly the same as those. That's kind of like the standard in a certain sense. And the main board has this fan header here with the 3 pins, are addressable RGB. Super glue activator is great stuff for instant drying, but terrible for lungs. Oh, we can wait for a minute. I'm not in a rush. But yeah, there's this like splitter basically. So like one side, you plug it to the main board, and then you have this like horrible things with like the pin sticking out. And those 3 we can connect to the power LEDs basically. So the power LEDs will have the same RGB as the fan, which is fine. And yeah, that was my idea, to have like fancy power LEDs. Yeah, now it's on. So this other super glue doesn't really bind to the plastic or something, no clue. But yeah, so basically we have 3, 5 things. So my idea was now, either we just make a JST connector, because we have to remove this panel, right? So we have to be able to easily disconnect everything. So either we make a JST connector, but then I see myself ripping that off because I forget. And the other option is, and now I forgot where to. Oh, where did I put those? Where did I put those? Oh, I think. Give me another second. Right back. And we're on table the entire time. So what I got from AliExpress is those magnetic connectors. So my idea is like, if I forget to unplug them, it just like snaps apart easily. The other option is actually, and I kind of would like that, to kind of like have something here on the side or something, just like to glue like one part of this here, and the other, or like maybe even here next to the thing, and the other parts on the front panel. So as soon as you attach the front panel, it like snaps together and like connects. That was kind of my idea. That's automatically connecting, like same with those magnets. Maybe we can even put it here in some way. Just need to see how that attaches. That's one thing. And then the other thing is like here we have those cables you have to unplug. So my idea was to use another one of those for like when you remove the shell, that's like automatically unconnecting the fan as well. So I think we will just solder it to this plug here for now. This has 7 pins, so 2 would be free. And then basically we can later like just attach it to the frame somehow, maybe. Or today, let's see, maybe we find a smart solution. And then everything is like automatically connected and unconnected when you remove the panel. So, well, I think like we need to print or design some like little mount for that, most likely. Let's see, maybe we can MacGyver something. Okay, cool. So that's that. I'm still really happy how this turned out. Like there's some imperfections, but overall, looks good. And it's also like because of the filler I use, like it's like cement-based filler, I guess, or something. Like yeah, it's like a gray paste that dries out quite hard. Like it's also quite hefty because I added a little on the front. That's really cool. Like it. Okay. Let's figure out how long this stuff needs to be. So technically on this side, maybe let's just keep it quite short, maybe something like this lengthwise. And on the other side, we worry later. Yeah, let's just solder that here and then that was the panel. It survived, I think. Let me quickly grab it. All fine. Let's put it here. Soldering iron. Okay, we also need some cable. I have my chaos box here. I really need to clean that up. But it should have. I mean, we can use those cables, but I think there's also still. Here. Technically, we can use this. It's like very thin black cable. Oh, yeah, even thinner black cable. Let's not use that. Yeah, this one is fine, I think. And tomorrow I clean off this box. Okay. Let's first get rid of the heat sets. Zip. Yeah. And let's put it up to soldering temperature. Also not good for your lungs. So I'm very bad and don't have any extractor or something. So don't do as I do. Be more careful. I forgot which pins to connect for the button. I think it's left, right, but let's quickly verify that before we solder. Yeah, top down is always connected. Yeah, left, right. Left, right, we need to connect. Okay, let's just solder like short strips of wire to all of them, and then we do the connector side in one go. It would be better if we know already where to put the connector, then we can like properly like have the cable length, but I think it's like, yeah, it's like 26. Maybe we should have done that before adding it to the plastic, but let's first make a couple of cables and tin them. Let's make like a serial production. We need 5 cables. That is 4. Yeah, one more. Okay, let me strip them all. Oh, a bit long. The long one we use on a button. Oh. Oh, come on. Yep. It looks super messy here. Like bits of vinyl wrap and backing like are all over the place. So just grab them all, kind of like put them apart. Okay. Let's see. Here is the long one. There's a ton of solder on there, but it's fine. This one's also relatively long. Okay, so the only thing we need to kind of like make sure that, because back here there's like the backside of the like the base already directly. So let's just make sure that this is like kind of like bent upward. We don't interfere there. Okay, cool. That's 2. Oh, we need more than 5 cables because like these are like always 2. To be honest, I would say we put from left to right and then go out. Or the other side. Doesn't matter. Let's we can connect them in. On second thought, I think it's better to connect them in series because then maybe the effects are a little bit nicer. Also, the soldering is a bit easier. Then let's connect. Those pads are a bit nicer, so let's connect this one here and then like add a cable there. Okay, so these are the 5 cables that go to the connector. Now we just need to do this like little loop. Let's quickly check how much cable do we need. So it's kind of like there and quite tight. So something like this. Let's cut 2 more. Really curious how the diffuser looks. Okay, let's quickly strip them on both sides, and then we are almost done. You could have also already tinned the pads on the back, but okay. Let's use tweezers to put them in. Actually, like show you a bit closer what I'm doing. Oh, we didn't tin the wires yet. What? We skipped a step. Okay. Here we go. Actually, let me solder them in this orientation. There's like a little ridge back here that makes it a bit hard. So one. And the center one is difficult either way. Okay, now we have to kind of like route them. See. Yeah, that's a good length. And again, once we see everything works, I would just like add a dab of glue there just to keep everything in place. Just be careful to connect the right ones. So this one is ground. This one is the data. And this one is 5 volt. So, and then just for sanity check, let's make sure we didn't short out anything here or there. Will also be a good idea to add like glue on top there just to secure that. Okay, that beeps. No beep, no beep, no beep, no beep. This beeps. There's not a good connection, I feel like. Oh, the data is not, because like there's a chip in the middle. But the ground is, yeah, ground and 5 volt are fine. And the data, I think it's just not going through the chip. Yeah. Because like the likelihood of this connection is fine, so this is good. So likelihood of all of them being, like even this one, like, okay, so it's definitely like the data doesn't go through. So we don't have a short, which is good. We have all the cables. Let's just cut them all to length here. It's just a question like how we route them. It's most likely going to the side a little bit, so let's just quickly check. So it would be more to this side most likely. Let's just bend them a little bit in this direction. Cut that. Now we quickly need to strip. Okay, so I think it's pretty much doesn't matter what goes where. I wonder whether it's smart to align it in a way that if you mess it up, that the 5 volt and the ground are separated. So let's just put the 5 volt dead center. So even when you like flip the switch, the 5 volt or like the direction of 5 volts on the same spot. And then let's put the ground on the outermost one and then leave the other one free. Then like if you, for some reason, like you can't because the magnets, but if you would, then you know, it's still safe. Okay, just add solid of them. Then we said the 5 volt is the middle one. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we also should like tin the cables quickly. I always forget that today. Let's see. Okay. So we said 5 volt is the middle. Maybe just solder it like, no, let's solder it from the side. I think side is good. Then we can like apply the connector quite flat. And then we said ground would go to the outermost. Okay. And then the rest doesn't really matter. Let's just leave the outermost free as well, so we don't short out something if the plug isn't in the right orientation. Quick tuck test. I'm not sure if my okay, this one is better. This one isn't quite there. Oh, you don't see anything. Sorry. It's leaning over the part. Yeah, it's like really hard to solder. So I just did that more. Solder to this one. Like they're not really attaching. I'm not sure if the pins are rotating, to be honest. Because it's really like rotating. Okay, now it seems okay. Let's definitely add some glue on top here. To like prevent any shorts. I should check quickly. I don't think I see anything, but to check if the connector is still operational. Yeah. So that's good. Actually, let's not add super glue. I think it's fine. I just try to like trim off the little bit long ends. Yeah, but they're all looking secure. That's good. Okay. So then this is our power button assembly, I guess. So let's quickly put that together. So first we have the diffuser. Then we have our little like, we put the power button in the right orientation. Slide that carefully over. We have click. Like I'm just checking, like even if I put a little bit pressure from the back, we can still click it. But it's good. And now we have this like cable here. I mean, we could have like put the cables in a twisting thingy together, but that would have been too clean. We'll use a little bit of Velcro or something. I was not thinking about that. We could have like really like put them together. We'll do the other side. So cool. Maybe it's even better now on this side. Let's see. Then for the other side, let's quickly check the cable routing. Basically, the power button will be here, right? So the cable somewhere in this area. One can, like the ones for RGB can be really, really short because the RGB connector is here. And it's kind of like going into this extension part here. But then for the power button, that's like this cable here. So we kind of need to go all the way around here. I kind of want to put it in the Velcro straps a little bit. Because like so far the cable management is very clean. Let's try to keep it that way. So let's just say this goes here and it's a little bit of slack, goes around here, goes around the corner. Let's just say this much. And it's a bit too long, but we can hide it a bit. Let's remove a tiny bit. Okay, and we only need two of that. Just the power button. So we have two. And then let's just say, no. So this much for the other one. And we need 3 for the RGB, of course. Let's bring this to safety because I'm not really eager to solder next to my gaming PC. And here's the other side of the connector. Yeah. Now we need to pay attention what goes where. I'll just keep it clipped here so I can see it. So how do we do that? We could just remove it from here. That would make it easier, right? So we don't have to deal with the entire thing. Like this should be fine. Okay. Let's do the power button first. They don't have a polarity. Actually, let's tin it first. Here's a bit easier because they're more exposed, I think, right? Ah. My soldering iron is attached by the attracted by the magnet. That does not make this job easier. Oh, there's a bridge. Quickly have to remove it. Okay. So, power button. It's these two, but not the outermost, but the two inner ones. On the other side, we will have a DuPont connector. So let's actually also try to have really short exposed wires here. I think it makes it a bit easier to solder. Just quickly put a bit of tin here. Yeah, that's way better. Doesn't want to. Yeah, and sometimes it like rotates, and I'm fairly certain it's a pin that rotates. Also, like having way too much solder on those two. Let me quickly remove some. No, it's not enough. Yeah, it's really terrible to solder. Like this one is fine. This one just does not want to go properly on. But I also see now it's not properly tinned, so let's actually first tin all cables. And they will have like connectors on the other end, so we don't have to strip and tin both sides, just one. See? Okay. No, I didn't tin this one. Okay. Let me try one more time. Otherwise, I'll do another cable first. Okay, now it's properly on. Now we also need to check very carefully what cable goes where. So this one is ground, which is the outermost. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? We only once we like put them in a connector. Oop. So this one. Oop, that was not good. That's like a little like thing standing off. Okay, this looks really horrible. And again, like you can rotate them, but I'm pretty sure that's like properly attached. It's a pin that rotates. But I don't like it to rotate because then technically it can like short out, maybe. So let's just try to add a bit more tin to that to maybe lock it in place. Oh, that went horribly wrong. And the magnet is attaching the soldering iron. It's really. Okay, now this is fixed. Yeah, it's just amount of solder. Yeah, no, this is fixed. Okay, now they're all fixed. Okay, so we have 2 cable for power. Let's just quickly double check. So these are 2 cable power, goes off 2 cable power. The outermost is free. And then we have 1 in the center. And then 1 free. And then 2. Okay, that looks good. Okay, then let's be done with soldering. Now we just need to add the connectors to the other side, and then we are done. You can put it together. So it's quite a nice cable. Like, it was easy to work with. It's really messy here. Okay, so for these 2 cables for the power button, we just need a DuPont connector. Actually, for both, I think. I think for one, we just need a 4. Let me just put this here on the side for now. So this is the connector. Like, this is such a stupid connector with like the pins standing out. Like, it's just not a good connector. But I think this is just a 4 fancy looking 4-pin DuPont. So we can just crimp a DuPont with 4 pins here. And the power button in the end is just a 2x DuPont, right? Really simple stuff. I lost my tweezers somewhere. There. So we need this. We need the crimping pliers, and we need DuPont. Is this male or female? Female. Let's just grab this 4. Let's actually just take this out. We just need to figure out the pin out here. I think the one with the arrow is theta? Not sure. Let's see. Let's just crimp the connectors first, and then we can put everything in the right place on the connector. Okay, let's just start with the power one. Quite simple. This is always a bit tricky with the small cables. That looks good. So I always do it in 2 steps. I first put it in the it's my wire stripper, but it works quite well for that. Let's put it in the tip of that, and then position the cable. Squeeze it a bit in the back just to like hold it in place, and then In the crimping plier, it goes. Oh no, it's quite secure. Like for this, it doesn't matter, right? This doesn't have polarity. And this is not a proper DuPont crimping tool. So it's always like a little fiddly thing to actually get. I hate magnets. It's like I wanted to like flatten it out a bit. That's number one. Actually, work a little bit more here. Also here we need to squeeze it a bit. Okay, we have a power connector. And what did we not do? We did not twist it around each other. Let's get one out again. Easier said than done. Like the JST are easier to get out than this. Let me see, do I have anything that I can use that's better than the tweezers I use? I mean, otherwise it just stays as it is. It's not horrible. If we would be cool, we could have also put a sleeve on, but okay, let's just keep them separate. That's also fine. Okay, let's do 3 more DuPonts. And then the hard part is to figure out where they go. Yes. Moved a bit. This one is now trying to annoy me. Okay, here we go. I won at last. And the last one. Let's give them all like the little squeeze right away. We know they need it. Okay, so now the difficult part, what goes where? Let's quickly first check. Oh, I still have that open. a RGB PC header pin out. Here we go. So there's a little arrow, and the arrow is a +5 volt. And then the data and ground is the isolated one. Let's just look at one more picture just to confirm that. Isolated one, ground, data middle, 5 volt side. Okay. There's the arrow, and the isolated one is ground. Let's just look for the ground wire. The ground wire runs to the outside one, and the outside one is this one. So let's just put the outside one just in one. Doesn't matter which one, right? Then we need the 5 volt one, which is this one that runs to the center. We know that. Five volt runs to the center, and the center one goes to the opposite side. Okay, so the last one goes next to the 5 volt. That was a bad crimp. Aye. Yeah, that means I think this yeah, okay, this one is, yeah, we have to get them all out. I broke the little nose. But let's quickly grab already one, and then we can transfer the cables one on one, and we don't have to look up the cable anymore. Not a biggie, we have a lot of them. Okay, so let's just put this one back where it belongs. Okay. And this one the opposite side. No, just have to double check them later. Which one is which? Okay. Let's crimp this. That was also the one that was annoying to crimp, right? The one that now failed. Hey. Now squeeze. Yeah, now it's on better. Let's give it an obligatory little tiny squeeze. Yeah, not. Okay, just double check. This comes from the outside. The outside is ground, so this goes here. So this goes here. Cool. But this doesn't really hold. I don't think that will work. I think those pins are too short. They're too short to grab onto that. So the pond is not an option. Hey. Maybe we should use JST. Because JST has shorter pins, I think. Because I don't have this like fancy connector thingy there. I'm just looking. I mean, there's also this connector, like the. Also, this one doesn't grab. So that's also out. Just checking if I have like a random JST connector laying around that we can use to test. I mean, like the best would be to have this like proper connector here, this one, and just reuse it from somewhere. I'm not even sure if this makes electrical contact, to be honest. It could be. But not sure. This is a shame. Let's see. I don't want to crimp a JST connector right now. Oh, there could be one in there. Oh yeah. It's just a random JST, but let's just see if the pin. Oh yeah, that's quite good. Okay, let's crimp this as JST and then it should work. The pawn is too short, but JST kind of works. Yeah. Okay. Let's convert it into JST. Sure. It's closed. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Why not cut the cable and then use the conductors from that one to a JST? Yeah. Oh, you mean to replace this one? It's quite a pain to crimp, to be honest, because like it's like double the thing. And I also don't want to modify it. Like, yeah, I think that would totally work. But for now, let's just do the JST on whatever this is. And then potentially in the future, I also get like one of those fancy connectors from somewhere. Like I still have like 2 fans that should arrive, and I hope that just one comes with a Y splitter or something. And then we can just put the proper connector there. That's my hope. Let's see. But for the meantime, let's just crimp the JST. And then we can still like on this side, JST it is anyways, right? And then we can maybe on the other side, oh, this one doesn't look good. On the other side, we can maybe also put a JST. I mean, it looks like quite a stupid connector, to be honest. So maybe JST would be a good choice anyway. Oui. One. And one more. I wonder why they didn't go for like just a JST connector, to be honest. Like as a standard for that, because like JST is not something that that was a bad crimp. Oh, that was really bad crimp. It's not something that exists in the PC space yet, right? Like there's no JST connectors on PCs. So it's a unique connector that like a stupid person can't accidentally shove somewhere else, or like more than that, to be honest. And like the one they have now there is like just stupid, because like it has the exposed pins. That's why they put this this cover there, like this one, so that the pins are not exposed. Like it's really just like a bad connector. And I guess it's only 5 volt and everything. Oh, come on. This cable starts becoming a bit shorter than the others. What am I doing wrong now here? Why does this one not do what it's supposed to do? Oop. I'm losing my crimping mojo. I'm losing my crimping mojo. Oh no. Will we ever get it, the last JST connector crimped? Okay, give me 20 seconds. I crimped, like, how many connectors did I have crimped without any issue? And this one, like the last one, of course. Oh. Okay, I think it's on. Whew. Okay, perfect. Let's take the 5 volt, doesn't matter which side. Just S side. Oops. Let's push that in. Then let's quickly double check. The ground one is the outermost. This goes to the opposite side. Double checking, that's the correct wire. Yes, it's the correct wire. And then this one goes next to the 5 volt. And then just to make it idiot proof, there's like one empty hole now here. Like this one is empty. And there's no pin. Just to like make this like idiot proof, I will add a tiny dab of super glue there. Just to seal up the hole. Now we just need to wait until this is like dry. Let's actually just add a bit from the back. This won't work. Okay, but from the bottom, like there's now a little bit of super glue to just seal up the hole, so hopefully nobody accidentally plugs in the wrong way. But yeah, JC would be the better choice here. On the other side, Maybe that's something next stream we replace this connector. Yeah, not quite, but we can test plug. So yeah, this is good. Like this is as much friction as with the original connector. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, oh, you don't see it. No, sorry. Like this is like how it's exposed when it's not plugged in. That's why they have this cap here to put on the connector so that you don't accidentally short something out. That's like, yeah, that's a plug situation we now have going. Okay, let's put it together. And I'm curious to see what happens. So let's first start putting everything here together. Okay, that clicks. That clicks. Then, oh yeah, it was still like a thing that like the shell didn't quite fit over here, right? I'll just leave that quickly in here, the power cable, so we know where to plug it in. Actually, let's just plug this part in right away, right? So we replace those two. Power plug. And then we kind of like put it below this big bundle here. Now the fun part is I kind of want to put this like under those Velcro straps a bit. It's just not really accessible. But that's the joys of building like small form factor PCs. It's a stupid design, let's say that. Yeah, definitely. Like I don't know, like this seems to be like I'm not an electro engineer or anything like that, right? But even I know that you like don't have exposed ends on an unplugged plug. That is hot with 5 volts, to be honest, but still. I just feel like from all design options, there must have been better ones. I kind of want to put it under all of them, just to be clean, but it's like so many Velcro straps and it's so like hard to reach. Always tucked it under the mainboard and it's like a little bit like less likely to accidentally open. Oh, it's quite a good length. But let's add like 2 more Velcro straps here. And we have plenty left. Just have to fill it in now here. Just to be complete, let's add the last one. I really like cable-wise, it's really clean. Like there are not a lot of cables in general, right? It's just a power cable, other power cable, and power cable graphics card. It's all the cables because the SSD is in here. Memory, like there's nothing external. Oh, and the PCI riser cable here, but it's really clean. I like it. Oh, and the new CPU cooler, the proper one, arrives on Tuesday. So next week we can replace that weird thing. Although it kind of looks nice because like all black and white. And actually, like, it's quite okay. Like, it's silent. It keeps the CPU under 80 degrees, so kind of it's okay. Okay. The power cable. Let's just keep this plugged in here so I don't forget. Let's turn it on. Okay. Cool. Then let's... Oh, my graphics card mounting solution came loose from moving it all around. Oh. Okay. Okay. Securely strapped together again. Just like arms like a little bit under tension to hold the GPU on top of it. Just to make it a bit more stable. Okay, but then basically now, keep this like out here. Let me quickly move the camera away, then I can put the cover over it. Yep, something is not right. What did I do now? Okay, here we go. Like something is not quite aligning since we put in the new part. I think. Maybe it's just stiffer. That's kind of okay. Let's quickly tighten those screws here again. Yeah, it's like it does quite align here. And we still didn't have, like, there's that one connector piece that at some point we have to glue in here. Sure, and test this one. This keeps us all together and like helps align those misalignments. And I still wonder like what is not, because it fit perfectly before. Yeah. That's something for like another time. Oh. Let's quickly put in the screws on the bottom to like anchor that thing. Yeah, so that doesn't quite. Although I think one was a little bit difficult anyways. Let's see, let's keep going. Yeah, it's not quite as smooth as it used to be. Like something is definitely like a little bit under tension. It will be like a bit of trial and error to find out what. Yeah, and here basically at some point we will make the rear I/O panel. So all screws are in. This one is a bit stiff. Yeah, I think there was one that was before a little bit iffy. That's okay, it doesn't have to go all the way in. That's technically enough to hold it. Now you can lift it up here, and it's actually quite, like once everything's together, it's quite stable. Like those like, I see what's happening. This part should have been here in this hole, but it, like there's like this M3 rod that goes from top to bottom. And there are like holes here to like anchor it vertically, and this is not correctly aligned. This is why it's not fitting. I did that before. Like, it's a bit difficult because you really have to pay attention there. Initially I planned to have like those like this as a like rail on the side, but then you can't have this like dynamic adjustment that I wanted to have, that you can move this like back and forth depending on your hardware. Okay, let's carefully try to lift it. Because no. Yeah, but that's why everything's like a little bit tight and tense. Let's just pay attention that we are in the correct holes. Yeah, now it feels better. Yeah, no tension. Okay, that was the problem. Maybe I should like add something that you can like plug the holes that you're not using, in certain sense that this doesn't happen. Then you only have to pay attention once. Maybe just put like random screws in there or something. Or at least in the ones adjacent to the proper one. I don't think you will manage to put it in like two over, like two slots over. There's just like left and right that you just plugged it up. Okay. Now everything is somewhat okay. Like here, so like a little of a split, but okay. We will optimize that in due time. Okay, let's put this back in. I can't remember which CPU or like which cooler this was. I think it was the top one. Then one stupid connector goes on the main board. They're also really hard to plug in because you have to hit the holes. And if you hit next to the holes, it still somewhat goes in. But of course not as it should. Okay, then this, let's pay attention here, goes this way, and then we can kind of like mush that around the corner here. And then we have this magnetic connector that just lost the cable. Ah! Seriously. But it works well so far. Not really like secure in place now. Okay, I'm a bit concerned that this connector is like flying around here randomly. Yeah, something doesn't work here. Oh god, it's already like 23:20. Whew. I did not see this time. I'm not quite sure where this like is now. Maybe the connector is just in the wrong spot. Let's just try. Oh yeah, there was the connector being. So we need to find like a good spot for that. But generally, it's on. Maybe like 2 magnets more would be nice after all, but that's something we can optimize later. So I'm not sure how to show you that, but this is kind of like the final product. And we also have the top thingy, which matching the theme also doesn't quite fit. Almost, but not quite. That is good enough to go on. And then this is how it will look. Let's quickly fix the cable. Make a breadboard connector. Yeah, that's the final idea. So I kind of want to have it like here. Oh, you don't see it. Here somewhere on the side. I just didn't know where yet, but I think here somewhere would be like good thing. They will also fit the cable length now. So basically the idea would be to have the connector fixed, and as soon as I put the panel on, it just like snaps into place. So it just needs to have like a little bit of wiggle room, I guess. But yes, somewhere just here on the side. Because it has pogo pins and everything, so it's really like ideal for that. Okay. Let's quickly fix this. And then let's quickly test it, of course, and then I'll wrap up the stream. I don't even know which one this was now. This one here. Where's my... Let's turn on the soldering iron. Oh, put it all the way over there. Let's just quickly check. This goes in that orientation. So we have 1, 2, 1, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, so this goes there. I didn't expect this to take so long, to be honest. I mean, the wrapping took a fair amount of time, but also now the connector. That is on. Quickly check that everything aligns. So we have 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 3. Yeah, okay. And then, yeah, so next time I think we will actually work on this. Maybe it's like a nice thing that we can design in Fusion together and then like iterate the design on the V0, like to quickly print the different variations of what we design. It's also actually just, where do I have I had the Velcro roll. Maybe let's just use cable ties. Just to keep it a bit together and also to like maybe take off a little bit of strain from the solder connection, which we could technically glue. Just want to be able to like swap the cables for a bit longer. in case we found a mounting position that's a bit different place where we now intended it, we can still reuse the connector, because I only have 2 or 3 of those. 3. I have 3 sets of them, so. Okay. Cool. Let's just tuck that here on the side. Don't think I can touch anything there. Yeah, the magnets, it's way better than what I had before with the... It has a bit of flex. So most likely what I will end up doing is adding a little bit of padding on the back here, just like, you know, that you directly press against it. Because right now it has like tiny bit of flex, which doesn't feel, I mean, it's a plastic button, so there's a limit on how good it can feel, but here you go. Perfect. I would highly recommend liquid electrical tape for insulation connectors like that. It's worth the money. Yeah, I'm always also a bit freaked out with like those unisolated connectors. Now to say it. I mean, the good thing is like kind of like if I forget to unplug it, like it kind of like snaps apart now. But yeah, here like something should be on there. I don't trust it either, but for now it's fine. Like I just tuck it there, so it should be okay. And then it's a bit difficult. Technically, you know, like with the magnets being this good, maybe it would be the best to just have magnets top and bottom. And just have this like fully magnet. Okay, let's try it out. Let me quickly. Power cable. Do we need to make an extra check for shorts? Let's just do one sanity check. It's an expensive piece of equipment, so. Yeah, looks good. Just one more check. Yeah, okay. That looks good. Let's just put this back in its little corner. Yeah, and this doesn't really like want to stay on here. It's like a little bit too much tension on the top part. We need to work on that a bit. Oh, this is not in its place. Yeah, we definitely have to like mount that properly. That was the idea when I got the magnet connectors. Okay. I see lights in the back. And it's on like the LED, but I don't see LEDs here. Which is a bit sad. No LEDs. Sure, let me check if the stupid connector is connected. Stupid connector is connected. Well, let's see again. Single one is ground. Okay, I hope this would just work. I followed the arrows. Arrows I follow. So ground, ground. Ground. 5 volt, 5 volt. That's in the middle. Then we have ground. Ground goes to the outside. Outside goes to ground. So that's correct. Then the 5 volts. 5 volts. A bit difficult. Let me quickly remove the cable tie. 5 volts goes to center. Five volts. Also remove the cable tie here. That's where like using non-black cables comes in handy, right? Ah! I mixed 5 volt and signal. I mixed 5 volt and signal. So I guess the easiest is to change it here on the board. Let's double check that I have it correct. So the center one center one goes to in. And then the 5 volts goes to the 1 second. Let me actually quickly turn it off. And I don't like work on power. Then this goes to 5 volt. Okay, so we have to swap 5 volt and data here. That sounds doable. We can do that. We should have made an end-to-end test. We didn't. Come on. Okay. Okay. Let's quickly actually do just end to end. So we have everything here lined up. I mean, it was all for free. Just needed like 10 seconds to verify that. We know the one that's single is the 5 volt. Yeah, I heard it already. No, the one that's alone is the ground. Okay, that's correct. 5 volt is connected. No, it's correct. Okay. Yeah, let's just leave it like this for now. And I put it back on. If I find the switch. Yay! Now the question, how does it look in the panel? Man, it's such a mess here. Oh no! Oh no! That was not my intention. I mean, it looks cool. Like here, you see like the RGB. Like, just ignore that. Like, this looks good. It's just, that's not quite. But it's funny, that's only red, right? Because they're like always like quite high brightness. And we can fix that. Okay, let's fix that. It's the last thing we do. So basically what we need to do is add something here, here, and here that's just like blocking light. I would say some tape. I have something. Give me like 5 seconds. Okay, not what I had in mind, but I just found like electrical tape, and this will also do. Let's just add electrical tape right here. That's funny, I did not expect that. Oh, aluminum foil is also a good one. How about we do both? Let me grab aluminum foil. Aluminum foil? Aluminum foil? I don't know. One of the two. Here we go. Maybe that's even better. You know what? Let's just add a bit of glue. Just a bit concerned that we can't slide it in anymore afterwards, but all or nothing. we just doesn't quite work as well as I hoped, but primarily because my knife is not sharp. Not quite what I had in mind, but okay, that does not look super pretty, but let's see if it does the trick. Yep. Oh, you don't see it. That was a perfect idea. Jordy, perfect idea. That's very good. Super flat, super easy. Aluminum may be even better. Yeah. Hard to apply. I mean, here's the thing. Like, if I would have had a sharp knife, it would have looked better, but you don't see it. That's kind of like my motto for this entire build, right? Like, you don't see it, I don't care. So let's just put this all in the corner here. Oh no. We scratched it in one spot. Oh, we kind of forgot the power button. That's okay. Maybe add the power button and the... Oh, we didn't add the diffuser. Let's see if that makes a difference. It shouldn't. No. It's a bit dark, partially because of the super bright light, but I also turned down the brightness of the general RGB a lot because it was like kind of like blinding me because the fan is like open on the top. And it was like quite bright, like sitting next to it. So I turned it like way down. It's like 5%. Yeah, and just like there's a bit of flex, like there's a bit of tension. That's something I will work on. I won't reprint this part. But that's why it's relatively, like on the camera, it's like less bright than in person. But it looks good. Yeah, I actually might add more magnets. Just like to, like there's like, it doesn't fly off. It's like quite solid, but like if you pull on the bottom, like it comes off relatively easy, I guess. So yeah, but that's it. And that's what I just discovered. Like there's like this teeny tiny scratch. So I'm very sad, but it's okay. Yeah, like I also like the color, like the white and the dark wood. It's really cool. It really looks like, to be honest, like looking at it now, like it looks exactly what I imagined it to look. So this is really cool seeing it coming together. I mean, there's still like this looks really good. Like I was concerned with the corners, but it turned out really well. And also like the back corners here. And I mean, you from the top you see a little bit of the backside here, but we pulled it far enough down that you don't really see it. Yeah, but I feel like the PVC, the vinyl I used here, like it's quite cheap. It was 10 euro for 5 meters, so it's like bottom of the barrel cheap. And you definitely notice that like it's quite sensitive. Also down there is already like a thing. But I mean, like worst case, you can pull it off and reapply it. Now there's also like this scratch annoys me a bit, but we weren't super careful. So that's the lesson for the backside. Basically, you need to be more careful with this. It's quite sensitive. But yeah, that's how it looks. I can shut it off. See if it turns off. Maybe. Yeah. Cool. And yeah, like I'm actually like very curious to see like how the temperatures will change now that this is on. But so far the system was super cool. Also the air that like exited on the top was like bare, cold. It was really cold. Like, I was like sitting next to it and I felt like a cold like draft basically. The fan pushes tons of air. So yeah, now we have to repeat it on the back. I'm not sure if I will do that on stream, to be honest, but. And we also need to add definitely like some thread locker on those nuts here, like they constantly come loose. Yeah, so I have to reprint the part now this week that we have the magnet mounts down here. And this is the worst part I ever printed actually for this case. Like I think I have been worse, but this one was like the first one I printed. And I mentioned before, like it started wobbling around, especially above this height, and it's like horrible. So I'm really happy we can reprint that. Also here you see it, like this was on the print pad, and the further down you go, the worse the ringing gets here. And it's just coming from the part starting to like ever so slightly wobble back and forth. And that's something I fixed now with the new iteration of parts. So that will look much better. I won't reprint the top because I'm running out of the white patchy. Maybe I'm buying another spool, but I hoped I would not. Yeah, and then the back panel, just like for completion. It looks the same. It just has like then this like vertical tilt, and there's like tons of like access for like fresh air. And then that's where the magnets come in place. Not quite sure if I need to patch up this a little bit more. I think I need to. Like it's very rough here. And you actually see it. So here's the thing, like this print, it failed like 5 layers before the end. And I was like, I'm not reprinting this. But now you see that this one is ever so slightly shorter than the front, right? Like it's like 2 millimeters, 1 millimeter. That's exactly like where the print failed, like just like a couple layers short. I mean, I see it because I know it, but most likely like I'll forget and that's fine. But it looks really nice. I like it. It's also like it has a bit of texture. It's really good. Cool. Okay. Then with that being done, let's wrap it up. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Wasn't not sure if it was super interesting. But we definitely did something, and next week we continue. I also want to add like LEDs here in the front, so that's something, more LEDs.